And if you're watching us right now, you're going to be treated to 10 training races beginning at 11 o'clock Central. I'm Keith Stallbories, along with Jim Byers. He'll be adding his unique take to the races and the races participants. Of course, mainly these are 2-year-olds. We'll have quarter horses, paints, and Appaloosas running. These horses are learning the do's and don'ts of race day and get them prepared for the mixed breed meeting that will be beginning March 5th, running through May 30th here at Remington Park. Quarter horses, paints, and Appaloosas featured this meeting, a well-known race meet for those breeds of horses. And we'll be taking a look at some of those races from last year here and there throughout this training race card that we'll be giving to you. Have about 15-20 minutes before we get going with our first training race of the day. We're glad you're with us. Just hang tight and we'll be with you with the first race momentarily. Well, in a few minutes. Okay, the horses for the first training race here at Remington Park are headed to the track. Field of paints and Appaloosas here as we bring you these all 10 of these races live to you from Remington Park. Quick graphic here to look at the field. Seven paints and Appaloosas here. And we'll have the post parade here momentarily. The one horse is Just Say Bye. D. Keener, the trainer, for owner Jeff Adams. The two horse, S.W. Glitzy, trained by Matt Whitekiller, owned by Elisa Stacy. The three, TCT Money, Carla Akers and Randy Perkins, the owners, Stacy Shred Hill, the trainer. Number 4 is My Navajo Squaw. Trainer Matt Whitekiller does his job for owners Dan and Kay Jones. The 5-horse Angel is Loose, owned by Sergio Ortega. Felicia Gold is the conditioner. Live Wire Igniter is the 6-horse, owned by Bobby Boone. Jesus Ruiz, the trainer. J.H. Smith Tosa is the 7-horse. Stacy Charette Hill and Mickey Johnson, the owners. The 7 is trained by Stacy Charette Hill. And the horses will be warming up, then entering the gate. Before that, we'll have Jim Byers come in and tell us what he thinks of this group of 2-year-old paints and Appaloosas here in our first training race. And let's welcome Jim Byers aboard for his take on this race.
All right, thanks a lot, Keith. We've got 7 paints and Appaloosas in this one, the only mixed training race of the day. And there's a few notes about this first group, including a couple of fillies by Smithworks, who stands at Westwind Farms in Purcell, Oklahoma, one of our sponsors. Smithworks, a son of Painted Turnpike, who, oddly enough, is not represented in this race. It's rare not to have a Painted Turnpike or a CRM Livewire, who are the other paint stallions at Westwind Farms, not represented in a paint nap race here. But a few pedigree notes. Number 1, Just Say Bye in Appaloosa from Capo to Cappy is from the mare Jess Cuz. D. Keener trained both the filly here and the mom. The mom won 4 of 20 for Keener, earned $83,000, was a stakes winner, and also had 7 seconds. So 11 times out of 20, Jess Cuz was first or second for Keener, and her daughter Just Say Bye in this one. SW Glitzy, the 2, is one of the Smithworks fillies in here. Number 3, TCT Money, is sired by Jody's Money Pop. You don't see him a lot in the sire ranks, at least I don't. Of course, I spend a lot of time in Texas quarter horse racing, but Jody's Money Pop won the TQHA Sale Futurity in Texas. That's a restricted grade 1 for Blaine Wood, earned $300,000. My Navajo Squaw, the 4, is an Uncle D filly from Go-Go Maserati. She had a interesting career for Matt Whitekiller. Wasn't a stakes winner. Went 0 for 6 to begin her career and then won her last 2 races and then hung it up. So at least she went out on a high. Number 5, Angel is Loose, is by the popular colt Juice is Loose. He's a young stallion who won 6 of 28, made almost $200,000. Won the Skip Zimmerman Memorial and the Grade 3 Two Rivers Stakes, that Two Rivers up there in Des Moines, or Altoona at least, at Prairie Meadows. And a final note here about J.H. Smith Tosa, that's the 7. She's that other filly by Smithworks. Flashing Tosa, her dam, went 2 for 8 for Stacy Charette Hill. Well, we're only a week, as we do this live on February 26th, we're only a week away from the opener here at Remington, March 5th to May 30th, the meet coming up. Got Oklahoma Futurity Trials March 6th and 7th. We've got the Mighty Deck 3, restricted grade 2 on Sunday, and then that second week, a couple of grade 2s and good ones, the East Tex Stakes and the Decketta for fillies and mares. So, arriving at the gate here for the first, as you see, a wind out of the north, a 12-mile-an-hour tailwind, but it's going to be another nice warm day here, track fast. We've been fortunate to have good weather throughout the short training race season here. Just Say Bye is in. TCT Money is in. For the most part, the riders' colors, not necessarily the caps, but the colors will match the designated quarter horse and NTRA post position color system. We're waiting, it looks like, for the 3 TCT Money and the outside 2 to go in. These races, getting these young horses, mostly 2-year-olds. We will have a race for 3 to 5-year-olds next, but mostly 2-year-olds unraced, getting them familiar with the whole procedure of racing. Stepping in as the 6 Livewire Igniter really helps the wagering public when these horses start running for real money in the evenings, because you have something to look back on, and we hope you'll look back on our streams. We had a really nice day of training races yesterday, dominated by the J.J. Gonzalez, the 2nd stable. All set. Here's race 1. And they're off. And a really nice start for Livewire Igniter, the paint toward the outside. And just to the inside of that one is Angel is Loose, the 5. It looks like it's between these two, and it is Livewire Igniter. Draws off. This is the only horse we didn't have a pedigree note about. Eric Escada due to ride for Jesus Ruben Ruiz. Livewire Igniter did have a pretty good work February 12th. We usually try to mention that. Worked 66th best out of 117th here at Remington, going 250 yards. And in this case, by leaps and bounds got the best start, although Angel is Loose who also had a fast work here on February 18th. Stays right with him, but look at Livewire Igniter reach out toward the end. This horse by Mighty B. Valiant, quarter horse stallion. Listed here, Livewire Igniter is as a colt from the mare Electrifying Lady, owned by Bobby Boone of Wardville, Oklahoma. As you see, they get a little bit scattered here, but good efforts by Livewire Igniter, and Angel is Loose. Angel is Loose came in having had a blistering work, 12th best out of 144 on February 18th. And Angel is Loose, the 5, ran well for trainer Felicia Gold, but just could not match strides with Livewire Igniter, who is much the best. Under some urging here. You see a few taps of the crop left-handed, as Eric Escada pretty much all out on this horse, but he ran super. So good performance there. We mentioned some good ones yesterday. The J.J. Gonzalez II barn sending out the 4 fastest winners, headed by the Rich Yearling running Cowboy 1, 2, 3, who had just the second 80 or more speed index of the training race season. So there's your first. Brought to you by the Oklahoma Quarter Horse Racing Association and West Wind Farms. We will keep the signal up. Next up, maiden 3 to 5-year-old quarter horses. We'll have that for you in just a little bit.
Horses for the second training race of the day left the saddling paddock and headed through the tunnel to the racetrack. And here is the post parade for the second training race. The one is J&D Lebanon 1, trained by Jesus Ruiz for Jose Grimaldo Salazar. The 2 horse, My Designated Painter, owned by Ridgeway Farms, David Ridgeway, the trainer. Big X is the 3 horse, owned by Family Racing LLC, Jorge Gonzalez, the conditioner. Unique is the 4 horse, owned by Brooklyn Owens. Kevin Goodnight is the trainer. Run Riley Run, owned by Family Racing LLC. The 5 horse is trained by Jorge Gonzalez. And it's time to bring in Jim Byers. What do you have to say about these guys?
All right. Well, we have some interesting ones here. This field of 5. Now, these, I'm sure you mentioned, are 3-year-olds. So some of these, especially number 2, My Designated Painter, did work last year trying to get up to a race, but for whatever reason, these didn't race as 2-year-olds. Let's start on the outside with Run Riley Run, number 5, a Paint My Pilot gelding. And this is a horse, a homebred for Family Racing LLC. This horse actually worked, according to Equibase, yesterday here. 220 yards, handily out of the gate. It was one of the slower works of yesterday morning in 13.20. Now, in the quarter horse sport, as many of you know, the names are a little hard to separate sometimes, and in any thoroughbred or quarter horse sport, there can occasionally be a workout where they name the wrong horse or there's a misspelling, but assuming this is right, Run Riley Run did work here yesterday and is wheeling right back today. The Damn Pretty was a stakes winner at Horseshoe Indianapolis and did make $136,000. Let's work from the back up. Number 4, Unique, favorite cartel filly from the mare Nymeria. Now, you remember a few years ago, in some order, DuPonte, Nymeria, and Uptown Babe won the Heritage Place Futurity 3 years in a row, and they were all half or full siblings. I don't remember the full, but they were all from the mare having a good time. Well, Nymeria was one of those. She had one moment of glory, and it was a big one, the 2017 Heritage Place Futurity. So Unique has really good breeding here, bred by Bobby Cox, who loves to play with the names and loves to have unique spellings for things. And this horse brought $35,000 at the Ruidoso Select Yearling Sale back in 2024. Number 3, Big X, another favorite cartel from the mare Aguila. Aguila's mother, the second dam of this colt, was Quick Moonshine, who you go all the way back to 1997, which is 29 years ago. Won under G.R. Carter, the Blue Ribbon Derby, the BRD Futurity, which was a Grade 1 race then, and the Remington Futurity. That was in 1997. Did the grandmother of Big X accomplish? Quick Moonshine was a really good mare, made $419,000 back when the purses weren't as high as they are now. 2, My Designated Painter has a work. It was a bit of a slow work, and it was not out of the gate on February 7th. 2:20 and 12.57 handily. That was 9th out of 10 that day. She is by Painted Dash from an unraced mare. And then on the inside, JND Lebanon 1 had a reasonably good work, 66th out of 117. That was on the 12th of February, 250 out of the gate in 14:38. His stablemate won the first race today in really nice fashion. Live Wire Igniter went 13.864. I believe it was a 61 speed index. Don't hold me to that, but I think that's what I saw next door. But 13.864 was the time for Live Wire Igniter. Pretty good time for a paint schooling racer. So they're heading to the gate now for race number 2. We'd like to thank the Oklahoma Quarter Horse Racing Association, the official representative for the sport in Oklahoma. Be sure to visit them at oqhra.com for our video streams of these races, all the latest news and information about the industry. And West Wind Farms, standing Code West, now available to quarter horse mares, and their outstanding paint and thoroughbred lineup, plus the quarter horse Lucky Dice. Breeding winners in Purcell, Oklahoma. At the gate now for a 5-horse field to go 250. JND Lebanon 1 heads in. This is an interesting group. We have some nicely bred horses in here. Got some prominent barns represented. And then after this, it'll be 2-year-olds the rest of the day. My Designated Painter is in. Big X. And on the outside, Run Riley Run. Boy, the colors are not matching the saddlecloth numbers in the case of the 4 here, but that's okay. It's not that big a deal. Here is Run Riley Run. I was just noticing that live. All set. And they're off. Good start. Unique heading out quickly to the lead. The 3 is being very erratic back there. Big X. On the inside, JND Lebanon 1 is coming on. Unique is going to sail to victory here over JND Lebanon 1. So good effort there by the quite well-bred filly by Favorite Cartel, trained by James Kevin Goodnight. As we watch the replay, you will see the 5, Run Riley Run, who finishes 3rd, bears out here despite the right-handed urging, but Unique, gate-to-wire winner. JND Lebanon 1 ran a pretty good 2nd on the inside. So 4, 1, 5. Take another look. 3 got a little crowded at the start and then just raced very erratically in back. So 4, 1, 5, 2, 3. Sounds like a zip code. Is how they finish in this one. Owned by Brooklyn Owens of Muldrow, Oklahoma, and once again trained by James Kevin Goodnight. $35,000 Ruidoso Select yearling purchase. That is training race number 2 of the day. Coming up next, we have a lot of pedigree notes about our first 2-year-old race of the day. 4 yearling purchases. Some horses by some notable sires and dams, so we'll pass along all of that information as well as we get set for the opening of the meet on March 5th. We'll be back with more in a little bit.
training race number 3 for the day. You can see the horses leaving the paddock, headed out to the track. And here is the post parade. The one horse, My Flying Eagle, excuse me, owned by Andreas Farm, trained by Guillermo Valdivia. The 2 is Apolitical Cowgirl. The trainer, J.J. Gonzalez Jr., owned by Kells Ranch Racing. The 3 horse is Eyes of Fancy Fling, owned by Galen Childers and Charles Horton, trained by Jesus Ruiz. Revenant Eagle is the 4 horse, owned by Oscar Diaz, trained by Marco Chavez Gutierrez. The 5, Apolitical James, owned by LA Racing Stables, trained by Leonardo Alcala. The 6 horse, Fancy Fancy, trained by D. Keener for owners D. Gregg and Witona Stanley. The 7 horse, Widow Jane, trained by J.J. Gonzalez, owned by Tyler and Naya Graham. The 8 horse is Payday Jess, owned by Stephen and Lisa Ralston. The trainer is Stacy Charette Hill. And let's turn things over to Jim Byers. Jim, take it away here.
All right, thanks a lot, Keith. I really enjoyed watching the dam of Payday Jess back in the day. Jess Paint Your Lips. She was really something, and won the AQHA Distaff Championship in 2017. I think that was won at Prairie Meadows, if I recall. Grade 1 race. Also won the Dakota here in 2018 for Stacy Charette Hill. And she was just a really, really good mare. They wound up running her a couple times at Los Alamitos. But, yeah, she won the 2017 AQHA Distaff Challenge. I believe that was sponsored by Adequan then. I think you were there in 2017 for that at Prairie Meadows. I think it was run on a sloppy track, if I recall. Wasn't that the first time on our AQHA challenge show that you went to cover the finals? Or you might have been the year before at Los Al. But I remember going to Prairie, and it was sloppy and sealed. Very sloppy day. Just Paint Your Lips beat Time for Wine in the Distaff final. Those were 2 really good mares.
Familiar.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you were there. Nonetheless, Payday Jess by FDD Dynasty from the mare Just Paint Your Lips. Elsewhere in this field, Widow Jane, the 7, Bay Filly by Kiss Your Hawks from Hazel Dazel. Hazel Dazel won 4 races out of 18, was a stakes winner. Fancy Fancy, the 6, Remington Futurity eligible, had a bullet work at Will Rogers on February 9th, 2:20 on a fast track out of the gate, handily out of the gate in 12:26. And a note about her damn first prize Fancy has been a big producer, big producing mare from the Weetona Stanley operation. So you'll see a lot of those horses with one of those words, first prize or Fancy, or frequently many of them, in pedigrees. And this horse, Fancy Fancy, is also let me get this right, a half sister to PYC Fun and Fancy, who was a really nice horse just a few years ago. Fun and Fancy was was a graded winner. Elsewhere in the field, the 1, My Flying Eagle, also a Remington Futurity eligible by Flying Cowboy 1, 2, 3. You can't get much hotter than that right now. From the mare Legendary Eagle, Legendary Eagle's mother, A Delightful Legacy, won 4 out of 6, including a grade 3. My Flying Eagle has a work, a decent one too, on a muddy surface on Valentine's Day here, 250 in 14:35, handily out of the gate. Other notes, the 4, Revenant Eagle by the late stallion A Revenant from BPCK Eagle. She was 1 for 12, but did place in multiple stakes. And if you go way up the pedigree on Revenant Eagle, you get to CC Policy, who was a graded stakes winner, won the Oklahoma Futurity back in 07. That's the grandmother. The great-grandmother was Southern Policy, who won 11 of 22 and didn't make a lot of money. Ran at places like Mount Pleasant and little places like that, but still a big winner. And then the 5, Apolitical James. A note about this Ivory James colt. He's from the mare Apolitica, who was stakes placed. The second dam, though, Madrecita, was a 6-time winner and a graded stakes placed. And if you get all the way up to the 3rd dam, you get to a nearly $500,000 earning grade 1 winner. So good female family for Apolitical James. So it looks like they're approaching the gate here. Race number 3. We've got the 2 Remington Futurity eligibles in here, Fancy Fancy and My Flying Eagle. By the way, that last race, which was won by the number 4 filly Unique, turned in a time of 13.828. So that was a little bit faster than the Paint filly ran. The Paint colt ran in race 1, Live Wire Igniter, who went 13.864. So we're going to focus now on mentioning the Remington Futurity eligible, since we're only a week and a day out from the first day of trials for the Oklahoma Futurity. Those trials are coming up a week from tomorrow and a week from Saturday, as we do this live on Thursday, February 26th. But the Remington Futurity, it'll be contested on the 18th of April. 800,000 estimated at 330 yards. April 2nd and 3rd are the trials for that. It looked like the 5 might have been banging around in there for a second. Apolitical James. Looks like now that the 4 Revenant Eagle is in, just one more to go. And that is Payday Jess. All set. Race 3 out of 10. And they're off. Apolitical James with a good start in the green. That's a big line of horses. Payday Jess running well on the far outside. Apolitical Cowgirl, the gray, right on the inside. My Flying Eagle. My Flying Eagle by a head. It looked like over Apolitical Cowgirl. We'll check on the outside, but occasionally, well, this can happen anywhere, but it's definitely happening a fair bit now. You see in the training races, you see fields get a little spread out, and a couple of them have issues at the start and kind of drop out, but not in this one, as they all got out reasonably well, and they form a nice line. I thought the Just Paint Your Lips Colt on the outside, Payday Jess. I know you don't normally refer to a horse from a dam as, as that dam's Colt, but nonetheless, some good ones toward the outside. The 6 Fancy ran pretty well. Payday Jess just wilts late. But as they come to the wire, they come up the inside. My Flying Eagle, trained by Guillermo Valdivia. Tight for third, looked like between the 6 and the 5. Fancy put on a nice bid at the end. And a nice effort inside by My Flying Eagle. Rolando Rodales due to ride. This horse coming off a pretty good work on Valentine's Day. Rodales sitting fairly calm in the saddle. Good effort by the 2 Apolitical Cowgirl as well from the J.J. Gonzalez, the second barn. We'll check on the time on this one because that is really the key indicator, but a good competitive race right here. We'll take another look at it, and then we'll continue to show our shot from here live and keep you posted as we move throughout the day on the fastest performers. My Flying Eagle was the richest yearling in here, sold at the Ruidoso Select Sale for $32,000 last summer. Apolitical Cowgirl brought $25,000 at the TQHA sale last summer. Apolitical James, who was up there in the mix for a while, brought $15,000 at the Heritage Place September sale, and at that same sale, the 4 Revenant Eagle in this race brought $16,500. So that's all for now. Keith Stallbories and I will be back with race number 4 out of 10 coming your way here in about 20 or so minutes. Meanwhile, you can watch them get saddled, go through the paddock procedure. So we'll talk to you in just a bit. Back here at Remington before they hit the track for this next training race. Let's take a look at last year's Grade 2 Decada.
Right there at the
It was
rail.
contested March 15th of last
By
year.
Ali Rivera
And,
on top right now, gaining late. His first time for Wine. Curls, Joyful Wagon by length of chain.
Neighborhood Nipsey.
First time for Wine. Next.
And she winds up winning that under Ali Rivera by a length. Very impressive performance for the then John Steinbow trainee for Martin Stacy. Curls Joyful Wagon would then go on to win the Juno's Request on closing night. The Decada coming up, fillies and mares, 350 yards on the second weekend of the meet on Saturday, March 14th. The field stepping to the track. We will join that shortly here for our fourth training race of the day. We've got one in here that has a very impressive work tab coming in. But first, Keith will take you through the field and the post parade.
And here is the post parade. Skyline Wagon is the one horse, owned by James Burgess, trained by Jesus Ruiz. The two horse, Mindset, owned by Victor Mendoza, conditioned by Samuel Mendoza. Cyber Girl is the three horse, Tim and Vicky Tallchief, the owners, Matt Whitekiller, the trainer. Just Delightful is the four horse, trained by J.J. Gonzalez Jr., owned by Aurelio Juarez. Dos Grandios is the five horse, owned by Wishbone Partnership, D. Keener, the conditioner. The six is Some Kiss, Some Don't, trained by Stacy Charette Hill for owner Gene Schindler. De La Rosa is the seven. Jalen Pugh is the trainer for Rosa Renee Bohorquez. That's a tough one for me. We'll get Jim on that. My Favorite Kiss, 48, is the eight horse, trained by Marco Chavez Gutierrez, Oscar and Carla Diaz, the owners. And we'll bring Jim in to go over this group of 2-year-olds in the fourth training race of the day.
All right. Yeah, I agree. Bohorquez, Bojorquez. I see it as Bohorquez.
Okay.
That is an interesting. That's a test for the old back of your palate when you say that. Okay. Let's start with the outside here. My Favorite Kiss, 48, or as I like to say sometimes, My Favorite Kiss, 48. Same thing. Heritage Place yearling sale purchase for $52,000 last year by Kiss My Hawks from Favorite Wild Girl. Favorite Wild Girl, the dam, was a sister, a full sister to the Calbred. He's a blues man who made $133,000 and placed in multiple stakes. De La Rosa, number 7, had a slowest of the morning work here on February 20th, but this Eagles Fly Higher filly has really good breeding. She went 1372 handily out of the gate, going 220 on the 20th, but, she had the experience of breaking out of the gate. We'll see how she breaks here. Her sire, Eagles Fly Higher, was an absolute rocket breaker. And the dam Teller Phoebe, I don't think was necessarily special, but the second dam was Special Phoebe, who was outstanding, and the third dam was Dashing Phoebe, who was a champion. So suffice to say, the female line is strong on De La Rosa. The one I'm looking forward to in here, not necessarily above all others, but is the 6, Some Kiss, Some Don't, who is by Kiss My Hawks from Some Do, Some Don't. And if you're of my generation, you might remember the Knack song, Good Girls Don't. If you don't remember that, or if you but look it up, because it has one of the great lines, Good Girls Don't, But I Do, was one of the lines in that tune. Really good song from the early 80s. Nonetheless, Some Kiss, Some Don't had a best of the morning work out of 46 works on the 20th of February, 250 on a fast track and 1257 handily out of the gate. The 5, Dos Grandiose, and the 3, Cybergirl, are both Remington Futurity eligibles. Dos Grandiose, a colt by He's Relentless, had a useful work here on the 19th, 68th best out of 150, 1397 out of the gate for 250. He's from the mare Aqua Girl, who was okay, but her dam Aquafina has been an outstanding producer and made $188,000 on the racetrack. 4, Just Delightful, a $45,000 Ruidoso yearling sale purchase, is a colt by Corona Cartel from the J.J. Gonzalez operation. From the mare Our Genuine Delight, she had a short career, did win twice. Her mother won 8 times in 35 starts, and her name was Looking For, I can't read my writing, something of Delight. Look Fortune of Delight, I think. Fortune of Delight was the second dam. She was pretty good, even if I can't get the name out. Number 2, Mindset, is a Mental Error colt. Mental Error was a really nice racehorse that stands at Steve Burns' ranch in California. The dam was a New Mexico-bred Honky Tonk Daddy. She won the New Mexican Spring Futurity, a restricted grade 2 back a few years ago. So Mindset, $15,000 Ruidoso Select purchase, comes from a good pedigree standpoint. And then Skyline Wagon, the 1, comes out of a workout here on February 12th, 250 and 1445 handily out of the gate. It was 79th out of 117, so a busy work tab that day, not overwhelmingly fast, but we'll see how he fares here. He's by PYC Paint Your Wagon. His dam, Dash and Brown Eyes, did win 3 out of 10 and was a stakes winner. I immediately looked to see if she was somehow connected to the former world champion Dash and Brown streak, but apparently she was not. At least not that I could tell. So here we go. The only one I didn't mention was Cyber Girl, Matt Whitekiller, a Cyber Monday filly from Curl Girl, who was by Spit Curl Jess. Lining up. So the things I want to see here is, how does the 6 break? Because she had a super fast work out of the gate here about a week ago. And let's see how the rest of them go as they line them up. $52,000 yearling on the outside, my favorite, Kiss 48, owned by Connections from Idaho. Working on the flipping rig for the 2, Mindset. Samuel Mendoza, the trainer. Skyline Wagon heading forward. Just Delightful is in there. So is Some kiss, some don't. Della Rosa, the Eagles Fly Higher filly. I'm curious to see how she breaks, and she's coming out of a slow gate work. That may indicate she didn't get away well in that work. 3, Cyber Girl, and on the outside, my favorite, Kiss 48. Well, we haven't gotten the 5 in there yet. Dos Grandios. Now they're bringing him forward. Interesting representation of sires in here. A lot of big-name sires. Getting set. Race 4. They're off. Whoa. Horrendous beginning for the 1 Skyline Wagon. Dos Grandios. Here is Just Delightful on the inside, and up on the outside, Della Rosa, but it's going to be Just Delightful. Wins it about a neck to Dos Grandios. Just Delightful. Well, the Gonzalez operation had the top 4 times, the top 4 winners yesterday by time, and they have one right here. Corona Cartel Colt from Our Genuine Delight. And we mentioned that her mother, Our Genuine Delight's mother, Fortune of Delight, was multiple graded stakes placed. See, the one won't be, I wouldn't think would be approved. They'll have to start again unless they feel that gate work prior to that was enough. I'm not sure how the rules work on that. The 8, my favorite, Kiss 48, didn't get away very well either, and veered out quite sharply at the start. But all in all, nice performance here by the 4 and 5. You see the 1 really kind of props. He lost his action early on. It looks like the 8's trying to bear out real bad. But Just Delightful over Dos Grandios, and maybe my Della Rosa on the outside for 3rd, but pretty good performance here. Dos Grandios got out and showed some really good speed early for trainer D. Keener. Just Delight just finished a little bit better on the inside. And the 2 Mindset on the inside ran a decent one as well. So there you go with race 4. We'll have a time update, we hope, when we come back. Catching up on the first 4 races of the day. And thanks once again for joining us here. Thanks to the Oklahoma Quarter Horse Racing Association and Westwind Farms. Visit them at westwindfarms.com and oqhra.com to check out those fine sponsors. And we will be back with some more when we return here in about 20 minutes or so. Coming up, we've got a few other interesting ones in race number 5, including another colt by a Heritage Place Futurity winner from just a few years ago.
Training race 5 coming up here at Remington Park in Oklahoma City. Beautiful day in Oklahoma. Here is the post parade. Just a Leaving Lady is the one horse, owned by Christian Orona, trained by Jose Hernandez Martinez. The 2 horse, Hot Lady Dynasty, trained by Clint Crawford for owner JCJ Racing. The 3, MW Because I Am on Fire, owned by Greg Gibson. JJ Gonzalez Jr. is the trainer. New Arrival is the 4 horse, trained by Leonardo Alcala for owner Rudy Munoz. MW Wish You Had a Hero is the 5 horse, owned by Rex Wills, JJ Gonzalez Jr., the conditioner. Rita Ablaze is the 6, owned by Flying S Racing, Jesus Ruiz, the trainer. 7 is Uptown Big Daddy, owned by Sam Green, conditioned by Guillermo Valdivia. And the 8 horse, Maverick, trained by Stacy Charette Hill for owner Brett Winter. And that is the lineup for this 5th race. We're going to send it over to Jim Byers to share his expertise regarding young runners here.
Well, I hope it qualifies as expertise, but we can at least get you caught up on everything. Let's talk first about the fastest time so far. We have gone in order: race 4, race 3, race 2, race 1, as far as the fastest times. The fastest time turned in by the previous race winner from the Gonzalez operation, Just Delightful, 13.543. Third race winner from the Guillermo Valdivia stable, My Flying Eagle, clocked 13.64. Second race winner, Unique, the 3-year-old, 13.828 for Good Night. And the first race winner, Livewire Igniter, for the Ruiz Barn, 13.864. So that's the time rundown so far. We mentioned a couple of races ago there was a horse produced by the mare Nymeria, who was one of the 3 straight Heritage Place Futurity winners, who were all produced by the mare Havana Good Time. DuPonte was one of them, Nymeria was one, and Uptown Babe was the other, and she has a Big Daddy Cartel colt in here, Uptown Big Daddy. Remington Futurity eligible, a worker on Valentine's Day, 17th best out of 27. On a muddy surface, 14.50, handily out of the gate for Uptown Big Daddy. The other Remington Futurity eligibles are MW Because I'm on Fire, the 3. That's a Because I'm a Hero colt. And the 5, MW. I'm getting a deja vu sense here. Both bred by Larry Markham and Nancy Wells, where the MW comes from. Wish You Had a Hero, the 5. Another Because I'm a Hero, owned by different folks, both in the J.J. Gonzalez, the second barn. The dam of MW Wish You Had a Hero, Wish You Had One Too, made $118,000 on the track, was multiple graded stakes placed, was a New Mexico bred. Got an interesting one in the 6, Reds Ablaze. February 11th worker, very fast, 15th best out of 105. This is a gelding by Whirlaway Red from the mare Moe's Courage. Worked in a time of 13.75, handily out of the gate on the 11th of February, going 250 yards. So Jesus Ruben Ruiz might have another one to watch here in Reds Ablaze. If you go up the pedigree on the 8 Maverick, you get to a full Zuki Cookie, the second dam. She was really good. And this Maverick is by Uncle D, worked on February 20th, 220 out of the gate in 1277 HG. That's a 46th best out of 77. And another note here, we've got a Dulce Sintacha in here, due to be ridden by Juan Pulido, the defending leading rider from last spring's meet. New arrival, worked a little bit on the slow side, you might say, on February 22nd, 49th out of 50, but did have that gate work experience. He's a Dulce Sintacha gelding. And one other note, the 2 Hot Lady Dynasty and FDD Dynasty filly from Hot Lady Returns, her dam, famous Corona Lady, made $184,000. As far as the yearling purchases, MW Wish You Had a Hero went for $47,000 at the Ruidoso Select Sale last year. The outside filly Maverick went for $27,000 at the Heritage Place September sale. The 2 Hot Lady Dynasty for $19,000 at the Heritage Place September sale, and another out of that sale for $8,000 was number 1, Jessa Leaving Lady. As we mentioned before, for the first time this year, we have jockeys named at the time of entry for the training races. Now, if there's substitutions or changes or guys don't make it, we don't find out about those. But when a notable rider like a Juan Pulido or a James Flores show up, we like to point that out. Not that there's anything wrong with any of the other riders. In fact, many of them have won big races. But Flores is named on the 5 MW Wish You Had a Hero. There's some big-name riders in this one for sure. Christian Escada on the 8 Maverick. Rolando Raudales on the 7 Uptown Big Daddy. Eric Escada on the 6. And the inside 3 riders are Gonzalo Valles Jr., Jorge Torres, and Christian Cardenas. So, lining up as we get to the halfway mark on this 10-race card. In goes New Arrival. Just a reminder, you know this probably if you're watching the stream, but entries in for the 10-race card on opening night 1 week from tonight, March 5th, as we speak to you if you're watching the live stream for the Remington Park American Quarter Horse Paint and Appaloosa meeting. It looks like they're having an issue with New Arrival, or somebody. They have backed New Arrival out. Well, now we got the buzzer from the stewards. Okay, we're going to have to change the rider on the 2 Hot Lady Dynasty. So either Jorge Torres was banged up or has opted not to ride this filly for whatever reason. So we will have a delay, and we'll keep sending you a signal. But they're going to have to bring the filly back, retack her, get another rider up, and bring her back out. So this will be a delay of a few minutes. And it looks like perhaps the EMTs are walking with Jorge Torres on the far left of the screen, so he may have gotten pitched off of that horse. That may be him with the white colors. Hope he's all right. Looks like he was talking to the ambulance crew, so that's most likely the reason for this. Clinton Crawford trains Hot Lady Dynasty, who will come back for a new rider. So we'll take a quick break, show you the live shot. We're going to be showing you the 2025 edition of the Oklahoma Derby coming up here. The Oklahoma Derby and Futurity, a couple of early season races here at Remington, and this year's event on Saturday, March 21st, obviously for 3-year-olds, $500,000 estimated, 350 yards, and the trials for that race are coming right up here on opening weekend. We mentioned that the entry's in for Thursday. I'm imagining you can look up later today. We'll probably have them before we get off for the first day of the Oklahoma Futurity trials on Friday the 6th. And we're efforting to show you last year's Oklahoma Derby. It was won by...
All in. They're off in the Oklahoma Derby. Quick start toward the inside for Fairly Fly.
They are off. It was won by trainer Michael Joyner. It was Cowboy Blue Z.
Kicks it in on the outside and goes for the front. Baby Ruth to the inside is going to compete as well. They're across the track together. Baby Ruth on the inside. Cowboy Blue Z with work to do outside. Baby Ruth, Cowboy Blue Z to the line together.
Getting up to win that one. I'll tell you who else was in that race. He was able to storm up from the outside. He battled throughout the way with Baby Ruth, who had the inside path, and just got out knotted at the end with Apolitical Time finishing third. Michael Joyner, the trainer for Slash Z Quarter Horses. That was last year's Oklahoma Derby. This year's Grade 3 event coming up on March 21st. We'll take a quick break here, keep showing you the picture. We are awaiting a new rider for the 2 Hot Lady Dynasty. Okay, they're going to take out the 2 here. So Hot Lady Dynasty, who were speculating maybe acted up behind the gate because it looked like Jorge Torres might have been a little banged up. So they're going to take Hot Lady Dynasty out. Again, don't hold us to that, but it did appear that the EMTs were talking to someone behind the gate. So hopefully he's okay, and they're not going to run the filly in the training race today. So it'll be a field of 7. As you see, they have already adjusted the numbers above the starting gate.
Say that again. We're about to load them. Thank you.
So, time to reload them. Well, I say reload. They barely started loading before. Oh, now we got a loose one out there. In fact, I think that's the 2. I believe that's the 2 that was being ponied. Well, now we'll find out for sure as the stewards are calling us.
Yes, sir.
Now we got a loose horse running around the track. So.
I see that.
Okay, so we got another little delay going here. It looked like it might have been the 2, but it's hard to tell. They would have been ponying that horse, but if she was already speculating here, restless or anxious, fractious enough to have possibly unseated Jorge Torres before the race, it wouldn't be that huge a surprise if she got loose. So they're going to have to corral her. But it might not have been the 2 because now it appears they're scratching the 7. Oh, wait a minute. Let's hold on. We got a little... Oh, boy. We got a little number changing. Where will the lotto balls fall? It looks like the 6 has come out, so maybe it was the 6. That's a shame because if it is the 6, that's that horse that comes off that 15th best work out of 105. So 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Scratch your 6. As it appears from this angle, Red's Ablaze. So now I guess we can assume that's who got loose. That's a shame because Red's Ablaze came in off a corking good workout. So they're going to have to secure that horse before, obviously, we could do anything because the outriders have to be ready to go. So you're saying we have captured that loose horse? Okay, so it's just a matter of getting the outriders back into place, making sure the loose horse was safely ensconced somewhere, and then we'll move on. So we've lost the 2 and the 6 here. And as we mentioned, 10 races on Thursday, and we'll probably get some sort of word before we break. Before we finish today, about the entries for this weekend, unless they're not taking place today.
I would talking about real racing, or
yeah, I'm talking about
races?
Real racing.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I say real, but yeah, the actual race nights. Yeah. Here we go. So let's do a take 3 on the gate load here for race 5. We've never even gotten too far into the loading process. So they take the 4 new arrival in. The 1. Oh boy. We're getting a lot of beeps from the judges. Jessa leaving lady is in. MW Wish You Had a Hero, Remington Futurity eligible, is in the green back there, back of the gate. They step him in. Stablemate Because I'm on Fire is in the blue back of the gate in the lime cap. Stepping forward, and then the last 2 on the outside, Uptown Big Daddy and Maverick. This is a temperamental bunch, as we're having issues with the 7 Uptown Big Daddy. That colt by Big Daddy Cartel from the Heritage Place winner Uptown Babe. Uptown Babe, like her sister Nymeria, a bit of a one-hit wonder, but that one hit was a biggie. Getting set. Race 5. And they're off. Hop at the start for Uptown Big Daddy. Good start for MW Wish You Had a Hero. Up on the outside, Maverick. And toward the inside, the 4 Newer Arrival is pressing. Here they come to the finish. MW Wish You Had a Hero. Maybe. New Arrival, the 4 right inside of them. Those 2 close. They'll get similar times. So those 2 with a good battle here. J.J. Gonzalez, the 2nd, training MW Wish You Had a Hero, the 5. Nice handy hand ride. Inside is New Arrival. That's the Dulce Sintacha gelding. Good effort on the inside, too. Didn't mention him in the call by the 1, the filly Jessa Leaving Lady, who was right there with Maverick for 3rd. 2 in the 7. I'm sorry, the 3 in the 7. Because I'm on Fire, and Uptown Big Daddy with the less than desirable starts. The other 4 battle it out to the wire. And it sure looked like 5-4 there. So if it is, James Flores was due to ride MW Wish You Had a Hero, Because I'm a Hero, the sire. From the multiple graded stakes mare from New Mexico, Wish You Had One too. 47,000 Ruidoso Select yearling purchase. So that is it for race 5. We've reached the halfway mark. We will keep you live here from Remington on this beautiful training race Thursday and have race number 6 coming up here in roughly 20 minutes.
Training race 6 is coming up. You see the horses making their way to the track for this one. Post parade for race 6 coming up. And here's the one horse, Eagles KY Delight, owned by Javier Rodriguez, Ernesto Ramirez, the trainer. The 2 is Just Good Times, trained by Clint Crawford for owner Randy and Sandy Coleman. Dulce Dreams is the 3 horse, owned by AZ Field Services, J.J. Gonzalez Jr., the trainer. Hot Chicks Wagon is the 4 horse, trained by Haley Hobbs for owner Sergio Lozano. The 5 is Money Back, owned by Double A Ranch, trained by Jorge Gonzalez. Fast Man's Cowboy is the 6, trained by Sammy Valdivia for owner Rhonda Valdivia. The 7 horse is BV So Long, owned by Jose Salamanca Solis, Guillermo Valdivia, the trainer. And the 8 horse, Magical Maisel, owned by Danny Salisbury. The trainer is Lou Shavira. And that is the field here for the 6th training race of the day. Let's send it over to Jim Byers.
All right, thanks a lot, Keith. Don't have a ton of pedigree notes about this particular race, but we do have a lot of overall notes here. Let's start first with a time update. We were mentioning that the times had gone in, if you will, inverse order from the 4th race today, had the fastest time, down to the 1st race, had the slowest. It went 4-3-2-1. Well, that last race was won by a nose by the 5, MW Wish You Had a Hero, 2nd winner of the day from the J.J. Gonzalez, the 2nd barn. But that was by a thousandth of a second, the slowest time of the day, so that symmetrical race 4, race 3, race 2, race 1 streak is over. That time was 13.865. The Gonzalez operation does have the fastest time from 4th race winner Just Delightful at 13.543. We've got one coming in here from the old Blue Ribbon, the Salisaw Training Center. Fast Man's Cowboy, a Flying Cowboy 1-2-3 from Fast Man's Prize. With a bullet work, albeit only 9 horses worked on February 13th at Salisaw, but went 220 on a fast track, not out of the gate, just on the flat, 12.25 breezing. Elsewhere, we've got a work on the 7, RP Futurity eligible BV So Long, Uncle D filly from Ms. Trace Sace, Bella Vista Farms bred, Bill Valdivia trained. On Valentine's Day on a muddy track, had the 23rd best out of 27 works at 250, 14.62 out of the gate. And BV So Long did bring $30,000 at the Heritage Place September sale last year. The filly Magical Maisel on the outside. Number 8 worked here out of the gate on February 19th, 131st out of 50 times that day, 14.5 handily out of the gate. Other notes here, Dulce Dreams, the 3, is by the champion Dulce Sintacha from the mare Frosty Dreams. Not a whole lot to speak of on the female side there, but she does come from a steady line of Idaho breds on the dam side of her pedigree. And this filly, though, was bred in New Mexico by Mark and Peggy Brown. And she must be a nice-looking Dulce Sintacha because she brought $52,000 at the Ruidoso Select Sale in 2025. And the other one that went through the auction ring was Jess Good Times, a Chick's colt from PYC Run and Gun, New Mexico bred. Brought $20,000 at the New Mexico bred Ruidoso yearling sale last year. Another worker here, a couple of slow works, relatively. Hot Chicks Wagon, the 4, worked on the 22nd. 220 on a fast track and 13.2 handily out of the gate. That was 45th out of 50. And the inside gelding, Eagles Kentucky Delight, or Eagles Key Delight. It was bred in Kentucky, so they might have been going with the KY abbreviation. We're not sure. But an Eagles Fly Higher gelding, February 20th, 14.41 handily out of the gate, was 45th out of 46. So that's the rundown of the notables there. Sammy Valdivia trains the 6 Fast Man's Cowboy and named Brian Candanosa to ride. Guillermo Valdivia named Rolando Rodales to ride the 7 BV So Long, who is the only Remington Futurity eligible. Oklahoma Futurity coming up in a little, well, it's coming up later in the month, or in the month of March, but the trials are coming up next week, is what I'm trying to say. Friday and Saturday of opening weekend, and they are due to draw today. Double draws for both the Friday and Saturday card today, as they draw trials on the same day, as you might imagine. If we get that information, we'll pass along whatever details we can before we get off our live stream today. You can always keep up with the live streams at the official website of the Oklahoma Quarter Horse Racing Association, OQHRA.com. They have the compilation of the results from the Remington staff after each day. They have the programs, the overnights, all the information you need to go back and study these training races once these horses get to work for real, if you have not been watching us live. And we thank West Wind Farms, breeding winners in Purcell, Oklahoma, standing the outstanding thoroughbred Code West, who is now open to quarter horse mares, as well as Painted Turnpike, CRM Livewire, and Smithworks at westwindfarms.com. Just Good Times is in. Eagles Kentucky Delight, Fast Man's Cowboy, who was that quick worker, albeit in a short group of horses at Salisaw. In goes Dulce Dreams. We'll see if the Gonzalez stable, which won 4 yesterday with the 4 fastest times, can win a third here, just out of the 5 quarter horse heats we've had so far. The 2 is raising a ruckus, so is the 7, so mark that down. Just Good Times and BV So Long were fractious in the gate. And had I been charting this race, I would have noted that in the comment. They're off. Right in the middle, the 5, Money Back. Good start. 7, BV So Long. Right up the inside in the red, Eagles Kentucky Delight. As they come to the finish, it is the 5. 5-1-4. Money Back. Jorge Gonzalez trains a Paint My Pilot colt from Cashback. There's a story I'm going to tell here in a second about Money Back that I didn't get to before the race. But let's watch this replay a bit. The 4 breaks in a little. Steadied slightly, due to be ridden by Fernando Fonseca Soto. But the 5 Money Back, Duels here with the 1. Eagles, Kentucky Delight. Good battle, but the 5 was in front all the way. The dam of Moneyback is Cashback. Her mother was a mare named No Fees. No Fees went 6 for 6 in her career. Earned $166,000 and did qualify and win the restricted grade 1 TQHA sale futurity in Texas. So pretty impressive when you can see a horse win every time they were led over. Richard Linehan has a very interesting story at the Remington website, remingtonpark.com, on a horse that worked, I believe it was yesterday, Talia's Cowboy. Talia's Cowboy last year, I think, rolled out 5 straight trial wins, 5 or 6, never made a final, but was in really good trials all summer long. And so they're all spring and summer. So they're going to have Talia's Cowboy cranked up for another season. And I believe she's a 3-year-old now. So we will see if she makes it to the entry box soon. So, good race here. Good performance by the top 2, as usual. We'll keep you posted with the times and any other news and notes that come up as we move along. We've got 4 more left. So stay with us here as we bring you the Thursday training races.
And it's time for training race 7. The horses are headed to the track. We'll have a post parade here in a minute or so. And here's the post parade. TNR Aunt G is the one horse, owned by Christian and Alejandro Arona and Enrique Rodriguez. He's trained by Jose Hernandez. The 2, Just Mr. Hawks, trained by Jesus Ruiz for Rick and Connie Dixon. Down to Chill is the 3 horse, owned by AA Ranch, conditioned by Jorge Gonzalez. The 5, Bet the Limit, owned by Lance Powers. J.J. Gonzalez Jr. is the trainer. The 6, Come Monday, D.C., trained by Kevin Goodnight for owner Shelley Goodnight. Card Playing Gal is the 7 horse, owned by David Klontz, conditioned by Guillermo Valdivia. And the 8 horse, Lisban, owned by Bobby and Catherine Simpkins, Clint Crawford, the trainer. And we're going to turn things over to Jim Byers for a look at these runners. Jim?
All right, thanks a lot, Keith. Well, my eye was immediately attracted to the 3 Down to Chill looking at the program page, and that was because he's a first down dash colt. I mean, you cannot get more spectacular breeding from a racing standpoint from the accomplishments of the parents than Down to Chill. By first down dash, one of the greatest of all time, from the mare Matabari, who was the champion 3-year-old filly in 2013 and earned $1.4 million, all of it out at Los Al. Matabari broke her maiden at first asking. A few races later, won a trial for the $2 million futurity and then won that super rich Grade 1. Then the next year, won the Grade 1 Los Al Super Derby, 3rd in the Champion of Champions, wound up 3rd in the Vessels Memorial the following year in 2014. Now there's other performances in the mix there. It's not consecutive. And then wound up her career in 2015 by winning the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Winter Championship. Beat Moonist in that race. Another one of the best you'll ever see. So Matabari, she could really run. And she produced, she hasn't turn that around to her offspring, as far as I can tell from the records. But nonetheless. Number 2, Jess Mr. Hawks had a blazing work here on the 11th of February, 15th best out of 105 by Kiss My Hawks from Just a Lil Spitfire, who was a stakes winner up at Fair Meadows. The second dam was a foundation mare named First to Celebrate, who produced Jets, among others, and was a big foundation mare, I believe, for Bobby Cox. So good breeding, to say the least, on Just Mr. Hawks. Number 1, TNR Aunt G, $10,000 Heritage Place yearling purchase. The other sale purchase in here was Card Playing Gal, the 7, $7,000 at the Heritage Place fall mixed sale. She did have a pretty good work on the 12th of February. Card Playing Gal went 250 on a fast track out of the gate in 14.24. That was 46th best out of 117. Not bad for a unraced 2-year-old. Others in here worth a look. The Mental Error Filly Lisbon, number 8. The second dam, Jess Satin, was graded stakes placed, made $78,000. As far as Card Playing Gal goes, she's an Oklahoma bred by Doc's Best Card from I My Fabulous, the grandmother here. I My Alexis won the Grade 3 Oklahoma Horsemen's Association Futurity a few years back. The Gonzales Barn sends out the 5 Bet the Limit, one of 2 Remington Futurity nominees, along with Doc's Card Playing Gal, a 7. Bet the Limit by Trace Sace from the mare Ante Up, who's by Ivory James. Ante Up won 3 of 22. Did place in a graded race and made $39,000. Quick time update. Just Delightful, the 4th race training race winner in 13.543, still with the fastest time so far. My Flying Eagle, 3rd race winner, 2nd best time, 13.64. 2nd race winner, Unique, 3rd best for Kevin Goodnight, 13.828. 4th best time so far was our 6th race winner, Money Back, the most recent winner for Jorge Gonzalez, 13.842. Then Livewire Igniter from race 1, and MW Wish You Had a Hero from race 5 has the slowest time so far. So arriving at the gate now for race number 7. Looks like the 4 is out of this race. We knew that. So, sorry, did we cover the 4 in the post parade? We shouldn't have. But nonetheless, we did get that as an early scratch on my program, but nonetheless.
Okay. Yeah. They're just a little late.
Yeah, they're just catching up on the numbers.
Out on the gate.
No problem. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 in this one. And getting set to load. With the double draw today for the Friday and Saturday cards of next week, it's understandable the information hasn't been passed to us yet. Plus, it is still, as we do this live, 1:39 Central. But if we get any information on that, we'll pass it along. TNR Aunt G in the 1 hole, Just Mr. Hawks in the 2 hole. He's coming off that fast work on February 11th. Bet the Limit and Come Monday DC are in posts 5 and 6. They're bringing Card Playing Gal forward in the orange. In the blue back there is Down to Chill. That's the first down dash Matabari colt. Oh, Down to Chill, the gray, just pitched jockey Jaime Mata. Thankfully, the colt didn't fall backward completely, just reared. So now they take him in riderless. Mata will get aboard, and on the outside, Lisbon. Getting set. Race 7. I don't think the 8's in there yet. Now steps in. And they're off. Bet the limit. Immediate lead. Then Card Playing Gal, Lisbon on the outside. TNR, Ant G toward the inside. It is all bet the limit. Over the 1, TNR, Ant G, well back there to Card Playing Gal. J.J. Gonzalez II, his operation continues to roll. 3 wins today out of the 6 quarter horse training races. They had 4 out of the 9 yesterday, including the 4 fastest. This Trace Sace filly leads every jump from the mare Ante up by Ivory James. And Christian Cardenas was due to ride. He never even thought about reaching for the crop. This is a handy win. And a drawing out one, too. The one ran nicely. TNR, Ant G down on the inside for Jose Hernandez Martinez. It's an Uncle D filly on the inside. Ran valiantly, but this one was over past the about the furlong pole. It's pretty impressive to draw clear under a hand ride like that. I think she's doing it on her own and just stepping clear. I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of our faster times of the day, considering the shape of that race. The other one, well, we were looking at the 2 Jess Mr. Hawks, who was fractious right before the gates opened and then got left. He was coming out of a fast gate work. So he never really had much of a chance there after that start. And he was fractious in there, so we'll see if he even gets approved on time or the gate behavior. You can see they were trying to straighten out that too. Also, the 6 did not get away well come Monday, DC. So, there you go. We'll check and see if that's a chart topper for Bet the Limit. An impressive hand-riding winner here for J.J. Gonzalez II, owned by Lance Powers of Paul's Valley. 7 down, 3 to go. Stay with us. We'll keep our live signal up from the Oklahoma Quarter Horse Racing Association and West Wind Farms in Purcell, Oklahoma. The OQHRA representing quarter horse paint and Appaloosa interests in the state of Oklahoma. And West Wind Farms, home of Code West, Smithworks, Painted Turnpike, and CRM Livewire. Back with more in a bit.
horses for training race number 8 are making their way to the track. We'll have a graphical look at the field as well as post-parade here momentarily. Here is the post-parade. Number 1, Golden Knockout. Owned by MJR Investments. Clint Crawford, the trainer. AJ on Fire is the 2 horse. Double A Ranch Incorporated is the owner. Jorge Gonzalez, the trainer. Three XA Lady, Jeff and Vicky Newport, the owners, trained by David Ridgway. The 4 horse is MM Flying Eagle, owned by Gene and Margaret Mudd, conditioned by Ernesto Ramirez. The 5 horse, Stephanie Rose, owned by Dusty Rose Ranch, Stacy Capps, the conditioner. Number 6 horse, Small Town Hero. Guillermo Valdivia, the trainer for Quadra Ladrilleros Limiteds, plural. The 7 is Fancy Bird, owned by Wetona Stanley. Sammy Valdivia is the trainer. And the 8, Chili Flames, trained by J.J. Gonzalez Jr., owned by Christopher Villatoro. And that is the field for training race 8. Jim Byers, what do you have for us?
Well, we've got a gelding in here who's from the first crop of Golden Boy. Wasn't that long ago that Golden Boy was earning $721,000 on the racetrack from 8 wins in 12 starts. Golden Boy was a good 3-year-old. He won the El Primero del Año Derby in 2022. He was a really good 2-year-old as well. He won the Ed Burke Million, won a bunch of trials as well, and he now stands at Dr. Steve Burns' ranch in Menifee, California, in that nice stallion roster they have out there. He's a favorite cartel, the Golden Boy is. And the member of his first crop is Golden Knockout. Really good breeding here for this $55,000 Ruidoso Select yearling purchase. Clint Crawford trains. Golden Knockout is by the only Knockout. She is a full sister to A's and J's, who is a really good Oklahoma and Southern California sprinting Oklahoma-bred mare of just a few years ago, earned a ton of money, did A's and J's. Well, her full sister is the mother of Golden Knockout. So good breeding on both sides there for Clint Crawford's gelding. The 2, AJ on Fire, his dam, Lady Perry on Fire, is a half to Sass Me Blue and Sassolitical, those 2 outstanding, I believe they're Utah-bred mares that are from the mare Jess Sass Me. So great female line for this apolitical Jess filly. AJ on Fire brought $70,000. at the Heritage Place yearling sale last September. 3X a lady, or if you're a Lionel Richie fan, 3 times a lady, is by a stallion I have never heard of. He's a Wimpy Spark. And it's not exactly a name that inspires, but nonetheless, it was an unraced. He was an unraced Indiana bred. He's a Wimpy Spark, but good for him. From the mare Classy Liz, who was also unraced. So we'll see how 3 times a lady does here. Others in here of note, 2 RP Futurity eligibles. Trials for those in early April. Small Town Hero, who is by Valiant Hero from a champion, and PJ Chicken Black. PJ Chicken Black also produced the outstanding mare Flashing My PJs. So you can't really go wrong with PJ Chicken Black. And this Valiant Hero colt brought $145,000 at the Heritage Place sale last September for Cuadrilladeros Limited and trainer Guillermo Bill Valdivia. In fact, PJ Chicken Black was an AQHA champion who earned $652,000. Fancy Bird, the 7, is the other RP Futurity eligible for that Oklahoma bred race. Fancy Bird worked at the Salisaw Training Center February 13th. 220, not out of the gate in 12.3 seconds breezing. 3rd out of 9 that day. One famous Eagle colt from my first prize Fancy, that's that Wheatona Stanley female line that includes Fancy, First Prize, etc. And a Cholitos colt on the outside. You see a ton of Cholitoses in the Lone Star State. Chili Flames, bred by Jorge Haddad in Texas, and from the J.J. Gonzalez II barn. $18,000 TQHA yearling sale purchase. Update on the time so far. It's looking like yesterday. J.J. Gonzalez's operation had the fastest 4 winners yesterday, won 4 of 9 training heats. They've won 3 of the 6 training dashes so far today, not counting the paint race at the start. And he has the 2 fastest times. Just Delightful from race 4, 13.543, and Bet the Limit, who was by the eye test a hugely impressive winner last time in the last race, race 7, 13.561. And she won it easy, just drawing out under minimal urging. So, arriving at the gate here for race number 8. Remington will have on its stake schedule this year, in addition to the regular races that we always see, and they also always have a variety of races for horses pointing to the AQHA Challenge Championship program. And quick scan, the first of those on March 28th, the Grade 2 Remington Park Championship Challenge and the AQHA Distance Challenge coming up on March 28th. A lot of stakes action coming up most every weekend. Starting this weekend with the restricted Grade 2 Mighty Deck 3. Uh-oh. Something's brewing. We're hearing from the stewards. Stand by for a moment. Okay, we're scratching. Okay, unfortunately, we're losing the Golden Boy horse from the full sister to A's and J's. Take out the 1 Golden Knockout. And also from the 9th race, you can go ahead and scratch the 1 Uncle Beast. So we're losing the rail horse in 2 straight events. So Golden Knockout is out. That's too bad. I was looking forward to seeing him. But, so now it's a field of 7. Grade 2 Mighty Deck 3, Oklahoma breds 3 and up, a short 250 coming up on March 8th. trials for the Oklahoma Futurity as well. The Mighty Deck 3, $75,000 guaranteed race. Oklahoma Futurity coming up on Saturday, March 21st. $500,000 estimated, open grade 2. And that race, as we've been mentioning, will have trials on the 6th and 7th. They were drawing for those today. Here we go. Lining up. Sands the 1, Golden Knockout. AJ on Fire is in. Flying Eagle. Stephanie Rosie. 7 and 8, Fancy Bird and Chili Flames. 3 times a lady. And Small Town Hero. Lined up. They're off. Breaking way out was Chili Flames. Right inside, that's AJ on Fire crossing way out, but leading it by a daylight margin. Flying Eagle, Small Town Hero, Fancy Bird, valiantly chasing AJ on Fire. $70,000 Heritage Place yearling sale purchase. Jorge Gonzalez, the winning trainer. That's his second winner in the last 3 races. He had money back in race number 6. This horse due to be ridden by Jaime Mata, and Jaime had his work cut out for him here as this filly was heading toward the outside, but was well clear under some urging, as you see, over the, looked like 7-6-4 unofficially, obviously. 7, Fancy Bird tried to run on as hard as he could, but AJ on Fire just came out of there very strongly on his right lead, on her right lead, but just drifting out a bit, but sails to a nice victory. She is the one whose dam, Lady Perry on Fire, is a half to Sesame Blue and Sassolitical, so it doesn't get much better on the dam side breeding-wise. So she'll be one to watch because, again, you can't tell necessarily by eyeballs how fast they're going, but when they draw clear like that, you got to figure it's pretty fast heat. So AJ on Fire lights him up here in the 8th. We still have 2 races remaining. Field of 7 in the upcoming race, field of 8 in the last. In that last race, we've got a brother to a horse that ran yesterday, a horse that is a half or maybe a full to Ain't She Tempting, who was a super good stakes mare of a few years ago. Ain't It Tempting is the horse I'm talking about. Rich Yearling coming up in the 10th. But meanwhile, we got 2 races left, so stay with us. As we bring you the races here, compliments of West Wind Farms in Purcell, Oklahoma, and the Oklahoma Quarter Horse Racing Association. West Wind Farms, breeding winners, and the OQHRA, home of our web streams, news and information, and all sorts of important details about the sport. Back in a little bit.
Are You Relentless? Guillermo Valdivia owns and trains the floor. Toastin' with Captain is a 5-horse owned by Gene Cox, trained by Stacy Katz. 7 is High Flying Shake, okay, owned by Westmore Racing, trained by J.J. Gonzalez Jr. And the 8-horse, Conclusive, owned by Bobby Cox, trained by Juan Vasquez. And here's the 6, Pretty Little Diva, owned by Double A Ranch, trained by Jorge Gonzalez. Pull up your mic and shit. I don't know. Yeah, I did pull this up.
Straight to the.
And let's go to Jim Byers for his thoughts on this race.
All right, thanks a lot, Keith. The one Uncle Beast is out. Let's start on the outside with Conclusive. All you have to do to see the funny spelling of the name with the 2 Ks and all that is to know it was a Bobby Cox bred and Bobby Cox owned. Juan Vasquez trains. This horse is by the Mr. Jess Perry stallion, Jess Different, from the mare All in the Jeans. All in the Jeans was a pretty good mare, 120,000, graded stakes placed. Her dam, the second dam of Conclusive, All About Ease, won the 2004 Ruidoso Futurity, won 6 of 12 and 309,000. So, good female line for Conclusive. James Flores due to ride. Couple of RP Futurity eligibles in here. The 5 Toastin' with Captain. His dam Toastin' with Coronas, 3 for 17, 111K, graded stakes placed. Captain Courage, the sire. Toastin' with Captain has worked twice in Claremore, February 6th, 13:30 handily out of the gate, going 220, and January 16th, 12.71 handily out of the starting gate. That was 3rd best out of 7 that day. Number 6, Pretty Little Diva, Paint My Pilot filly, from the mare Miss Racy Jess. She and her mother were outstanding. We mention that all the time. They had a fuller half to Pretty Little Diva in yesterday. Miss Racy Jess was a graded winner of 485K, and her mother, Miss Racy Vike, was a Remington Championship winner from our early days, who made 263,000 back when the purses weren't all that big. So, Pretty Little Diva for Jorge Gonzalez, who's already won twice today, has every right to be quick. Jorge Gonzalez, the second, has won 3 today, has the 1st and 2nd fastest and the 8th fastest. He has an Eagles Fly Higher colt in here, High Flying Shake, okay. From the mare Favorite Shake, who's by Favorite Cartel, so reeking with speed and talent on both sides of the pedigree. Favorite Shake did make 77,000 out of a 3 for 13 record. As far as the yearling purchases in here, just a couple. The 3 Golden Galaxy, who's an Uncle D colt from a thoroughbred mare, brought 35,000 at the Heritage Place September yearling sale in 2025. And the 2 I Am Punchy, who has been prepping at Sunland, has 2 works at Sunland, neither especially fast, but still brought 14,000 at the Ruidoso, New Mexico bred sale last summer. He's by the hot stallion I Am King from Ridin' Special. Quick update on the times. Just Delightful, a 4th race winner, still with the best time today. 13.543. Bet the Limit, another Gonzalez from race 7, second fastest, 13.561. My Flying Eagle from the 3rd race, Guillermo Valdivia, 13.640. And then the previous race winner, 13.731 for AJ on Fire, who bore out a bit but drew off very impressively. As the field arriving at the gate now for the 9th out of 10 today. We don't have word on whether there will be training races next week. It's possible if there's interest. However, if they did have them on Wednesday, it would be the day before the March 5 opening day of the meet. If they do have them next week or whenever, we'll have them for you here. Compliments of the Oklahoma Quarter Horse Racing Association and West Wind Farms. Tailwind today. Not a particularly windy day by our standards. Field of 7. Lining up. The 7, High Flying Shake OK, heads in. Outfitted with a flipping halter. So is the 2, I Am Punchy. In goes the 6, Pretty Little Diva. Had a February 20th workout here out of the gate in 13.75 handily, 21st out of 46. So good for a unraced filly. We'll see if Jorge Gonzalez with his 6 filly in here, Pretty Little Diva, can get a 3rd win. Basically, not really about the winning, just it's good to see when a trainer fires a bunch out there that break well and then run competitively. That's just a flat-out good sign. It's not so much about winning these races. Golden Galaxy is in. A couple more back, 3 more back. Are You Relentless in the yellow silks. Are You Relentless taking his time for a moment. Now steps in. 5, Toastin' with Captain heading forward. Due to be ridden by Cody Smith. For Stacy Capps. And the last one on the outside, Conclusive. So Conclusive stepping up. All in line. Race 9 out of 10. And they're off. Slow start for the 3 Golden Galaxy, who heads to the inside. Conclusive bearing down on the outside. High Flying Shake OK. Just to his inside, Pretty Little Diva is racing competitively as well. From between, High Flying Shake OK, tight with Conclusive on the outside. Noses apart at the finish. Conclusive. The Just Different gelding from All in the Jeans. And just inside, High Flying Shake OK in the orange silks. High Flying Shake OK switches to his right lead, and they come battling to the wire. Bob of the head there. Pretty Little Diva ran pretty well. As we watch the start, the 3 I Am Punchy missed the break, heads inside. The 2 The 3 Golden Galaxy missed the break. I Am Punchy moved out a lane or two, but this comes down to a battle of your 7 and your 8. I don't know who won it, but the 7 looked like he was going pretty easily. If it is him, that's win number 4 on the day for the J.J. Gonzalez barn. If it's conclusive, Juan Vasquez. And he had named James Flores on conclusive in the Pink Silks. It appears to gain a head or a neck right at the wire. So tight. We'll give you the result of that one and give you a final update on the time rundown. Hopefully it should be available before our lead in to race number 10. In the 10th race, we got a $175,000 yearling, Ain't It Tempting, from the Gonzalez barn that we will talk about. But 9 out of 10 completed. Thanks for looking in. We'll have the finale coming up here in 20 or so minutes.
for you. And here's our post parade. The one horse Big Moon, owned by M&J Ranch. Victor Rodriguez Flores is the trainer. Ain't It Tempting is the 2 horse, owned by Triple R Racing Stables and Francisco Navarrete. Doll Left Her Cap is the 3 horse, owned by Rob Waters, Matt Whitekiller the trainer. The 4 horse is He's a Day Tripper. Gene Cox the owner. The 4 is trained by Stacy Capps. The 5 horse Royal Candy P, owned by Charles and Elizabeth Horton and Leon Tucker, trained by Marco Chavez Gutierrez. DTF Invisible Engine is the 6 horse. Me Serenity is the owner. Luis Villafranco the trainer. The 7 horse is Charlena's Jeffa, owned by Tom and Kathleen McNally, trained by Michelle Hurdle. Guarded Dreams is the 8 horse, trained by Dee Keener for owner Kelly Other Equine. And we go to Jim Byers now for a final look of training race horses of the day. Jim, it's all yours.
All right. Thanks a lot, Keith. First, let's get caught up on the standings and the results of that last race. They did call it a head margin between the 7 High Flying Shake OK, James J. Gonzalez II, the trainer, so he does register his 4th win of the day, over the 8 Conclusive on the outside. That was a really nice performance by both of them. High Flying Shake, 13.696 on the day. That would put him in 4th place overall. 13.713 the time turned in by Conclusive, so that would put him in 5th place, just a notch below them as far as the overall times go. So High Flying Shake OK wins the 9th by a head over Conclusive. As far as this race goes, let's start on the inside. Big Moon, a Big Daddy Cartel colt, a New Mexico bred from a really good mare, Diamond and a Half. Graded winner, 7-time winner, 171K. She won the New Mexico Fillies and Mares Championship 6 years ago. She was 2nd in the Juno's Request, 5th in the Refrigerator at Lone Star. So Big Moon's mama could really run. The 2, Ain't It Tempting, $175,000 Ruidoso Select Yearling purchase. Tempting Dash colt from Presley the First. Presley the First was a really nice filly, and her mother, First Carolina, was super good as well. Won the Heritage Place Futurity and RP Derby. Francisco Navarrete and Triple R Racing own James J. Gonzalez II trains. Ain't It Tempting, rich 175,000 yearling. And second day in a row, we have seen a horse produced by the mare Presley I, who this colt in here in this race today is a full to the multiple graded winner Ain't She Tempting, who earned $727,000 on the racetrack. Dahl left her cap, the 3, Capo to Cappy filly. Dahl's Regal Choice is the dam. The second dam made $117K and was a multiple graded winner. Couple of other notes in here. One, Remington Futurity nominee. That's Guarded Dreams from the 8-hole. He's Relentless filly from Dreams Recalled. Dreams Recalled is a half-sister to the really nice filly Dreams Divine, who was the Mike Robbins-trained Reliance Ranches owned mare from just a few years ago. So Guarded Dreams comes from some really fast runners as well. Not a whole lot of other breeding notes except the Michelle Hurdle-trained Charlena's Heifer comes from the mare Jess Charlena, and I know that they had, a few years ago, they had a couple of stakes horses by that dam. Out of that dam. I'm just having a little bit of trouble finding their names. But nonetheless, Tom and Kathleen McAnally, the owner breeders, have had a nice run with horses out of Jess Charlena. In fact, while they come to the gate here, I will try to take a quick look at the names that are blanking on me. As we arrive at the gate for the 10th and final, Tom and Kathleen McAnally. Well, I'm not finding them here either. Oh, it's McNally, that's why. We'll get to that eventually. Once again, stay with our sponsor, Oklahoma Quarter Horse Racing Association, for all the information you might need about the sport. If you're an owner, trainer, valuable information there. Plus, you can watch our races here, the streams, all the information you could possibly want. All available at our sponsor, the Oklahoma Quarter Horse Racing Association's website. Also brought to you by West Wind Farms. Brian Hawk and the folks in Purcell, Oklahoma, breeding winners. And their Thoroughbred Star Code West, now open to quarter horse mares. Okay, Charlie's Fury was the horse I was thinking of. He is out of Jess Charlena. And Jess My Hawks, who is a really nice, both of them were super nice, was also out of Jess Charlena. So Charlena's Heifer, number 7, has produced some real whiz-bangs. Guarded Dreams, the last to load. And they're set for a start. And they're off. Good start, one from the outside by Charlena's Heifer. Guarded Dreams is barging up on the extreme outside. And here comes the 5 Royal Candy P down inside. Ain't It Tempting? And the 4 in there as well. He's a day tripper. Oh, we got to look at that again. I thought maybe Guarded Dreams on the outside for Roman Cruz and D. Keener might have snagged the 10th, but let's take a look. Not a great start for the 2, Ain't It Tempting, the 175,000 yearling, or 3 Dahl left her cap. You see, 2, 1, 4, 5, 8, all lined up. The 7, Charlena's Heifer, appeared to get a good start, but is going to be behind the minor awards here. Let's take a look at the 8 from gate to wire. Veers out just a bit, but Guarded Dreams really picks it up. Runs a bit high-headed. Roman Cruz goes to the crop right-handed. Let's see if the 8 is able to maintain it. Pretty close, but I think so. But competitive race here all the way around. Big Moon, the 1, ends up in the 2-hole, lane 3 actually here. The 4, he's a day tripper, runs a good one. Mr. Candy P, the 5 at the black sleeves right there. 8 attempting got into it on the inside after a poor start, but Garnet Dreams on the outside looked like it to me. But check with the results once they're compiled by Remington at oqhra.com for the results of this and the full-time rundown. Competitive final race. Keith, you ready to wrap her up?
Ready to wrap her up, and thank everybody for tuning in to YouTube or what's the big Facebook, and for viewing their probably what is their favorite thing to do when Remington is racing, and that is go to the races. And it's always fun to bring these to you here in March or February as the 2-year-olds and some 3-year-olds prepare for competition. We appreciate sponsorship of Westwind Farms, breeding winners in Purcell, Oklahoma, a stellar lineup of stallions at Westwind Farms, and of course the Oklahoma Quarter Horse Racing Association, the official representative of Appaloosa, paint, and quarter horse racing in the state of Oklahoma. So we thank you for tuning in and watching, and as it stands right now, we're done with training races for the off season here. So long from Remington Park, and for Jim Byers, have a good one. See you at the track.